Hello, hello. Um, let's see here. What are we going to do today? I'm going to fix the small little things on self-hosting. Like we're going to do formatting via LSP, like I don't know, some small things. Like I want the format on command line with syntax highlighting. Is your new formatter able to read from std in or only by reading a file? I think only by reading a file, and like that's true for all of the commands currently. I need to we can fix that. We can fix that. We can fix that, but before fixing that, I think I figured out why sometimes the processes are keeping as zombie processes. So over here, this is the simple test, right? This is a simple test. We echo content length 0/r, and then we do cast lsp. And what happens here is that it's trying to read after this message forever. It's reading 0 bytes, and it just does that in a loop. So the B top is showing that I'm using the full thread currently, and that's because we're in infinite loop doing the reading. It doesn't seem possible with just read until and read exactly. They're always just hang if the char isn't found. Or you're reading more than is there. No, I think that should work. Right, like cast LSP works. Like cast LSP is using the those methods, read until and read exactly, right? So if I say content length 0 here, I mean this is going to say that /r was expected because like I don't know how to escape /r over here, but this is the read until the new line basically working here. Oh, you mean like yeah, we want the for reading the standard input fully, right? We just want to read it fully. So right now we just have the read line, read exact, but we want to read until end basically, right? Yeah, I guess. All right, let me fix this thing first. This is the problem in the Bootstrap standard library. Should you add, since you don't originally need it right now? I mean, I can add it because maybe that's what I will do today too. I mean, okay, sure, you can edit. You can edit if you want to work on that. Sure, why not? What's the let me just read the docs, right? So I want Node.js read exact. No, it's like read sync is what I'm using, right? Read file sync. Can I like get the official docs? The end of file is reached when the number of bytes read is 0, right? So like that's the thing. That is the thing. And we need to not do an infinite loop in this case. Right? Right. Where is it specified even? Is it did I write it in TypeScript here? Read exactly. Yeah, I guess that's what I did, right? Right. So we say like we say refill standard in buffer, right? And this says read sync, and this if this returns 0, right? So if bytes is 0, then I want to return. I'm just going to throw, right? Throw error and the file reached. Where is this function being called? Here and there. It is in the read until and read exactly. Read until should probably stop, I guess, if... should it stop? I don't know. I mean, this is the code that you will touch anyway, Nigel, right? So let me just throw the error that end of file is reached. So I just want my program to stop for now. Throw error on end of file when reading end of file. That's all. You can just read it buffered using read exactly. The buffered reader is this. This is refilling the standard in buffer, right? This is the buffer. You basically just want to refill std in buffer, and then like refill it again and refill it again, add it to like the red stuff until the end of file, right? So instead of throwing, you want to maybe return here or like catch this error. I don't know how you want to do it. I don't really care. Right? Like the buffering is over here. So you don't need to read exactly. Actually. I feel like I can just do it real quick. Do you really want to do it yourself? It's very easy. All right. Yeah, just read to end like this, which returns the string, right? And I don't want to throw, though, in this case, the error, right? I want to say that the end of file was reached. I want this function to return, like, boolean or something. So this over here returns false. And this over here returns true. Was it refilled or was it not refilled because of the end of file? Basically. So over here we say that if not refill, then throw error end of file. If not refill, throw error end of file. Right, and then I just say read to end. This is very similar to read until, actually, where we have the chunks and then we say like while refill the standard buffer. Well, chunks is going to be like std in unprocessed. Buffer concat. This is array buffer like, right? Right. I want to also do like the first, right? So like, okay. Add unprocessed, and while refill, add unprocessed. And then we just return buffer concat chunks like this. Where's the syntax error? The semicolon over there. Got it. So we say then add unprocessed is a function which just does std in unprocessed. Like this. We allocate it into the new chunk because this is a view which we're going to override. So we are copying this into the chunk and then add it to the chunks. So what is this? Buffer. Source has 0 elements, but targets requires 1. Wait, how do you write an array in TypeScript with arbitrary length? And also, why can it not be inferred here? Why is it inferred in this case? Why is this any? Wait, what? And this is buffer, right? This, yeah, I want like the string. On that. Is this game in TypeScript? No. It's not in TypeScript. This game is written in Rust. I'm not writing TypeScript. I mean, I am writing TypeScript right now, but that's like the runtime. I'm working on my programming language, which is transpiled to JavaScript, and this is its runtime. I only have 700 lines of TypeScript, and most of the other code is OCaml. And then I'm working on self-hosting the language, so I'm rewriting it in itself over here, which is my own programming language instead of anything else. The age is limited to 6 threads, maximum browser can allocate. I thought you don't have threads. Well, I mean, you can use the workers, right? But then communication between the workers is annoying. There is no real threading, is there? Is there a real threading in Node.js? There is no real threading in the browser, as far as I know, right? Yeah, it is similar, where you just have the workers. but it's a little bit different than a thread. Like, you don't have shared memory and stuff. You need to communicate using the messages, using serialization. So I'm not sure what you mean by 6 threads. Is it the maximum of 6 workers that you can spawn? I thought... Okay, I didn't know that there was a limit. If that's true. Alright, why can I not... Like, why does this say implicitly has any type? But in the other case, it is not. Like, over here, it also says any, but I don't actually want this to be any, right? This is the buffers. So I want this to be type array of... Or do I have to use, like, array, right? Because if I do the list, then it's like the element, right? So buffer... Array buffers. Yeah, there we go. Let's do that. That works. And then I need to connect it in the standard library, stdio. Over here, stdin, I want to be able to read... What did I call it? Read to end. Read to end is a function that just returns, and we're just working with strings for now, so... So we just do that. Okay, let's do this. Kast run target JavaScript std io stdin read to end. dbg print. Wait, how do I... Okay, you know what? We just need to, like, a node target compiled. There we go. Right? So this is what I have read. This entire line. Right? Yeah, there we go. I think this works. Actually, I never actually learned TypeScript, although is better for stating types. It's not what's happening exactly. JavaScript is dynamically typed and TypeScript is converted to JavaScript, so you have the illusion you are using types. This made me avoid TypeScript, which is much better than JavaScript. Yes. I don't know why this even makes sense. It is like saying that C, for example, is typed, or I don't know, like what is the most typed language ever? I don't know, like I don't know, like what has the most strict typing? Maybe like, let's say, like, I mean C, sure, C, Rust, right? But this is all illusion because this is all compiled to basically machine code, which is not having types, you know? Like, so it doesn't matter that TypeScript is compiled to JavaScript either, right? The types are still there, not in the runtime. Yes, they are not in the runtime of C either. You cannot change a variable value in C. What do you mean you cannot change a variable value? You cannot change a variable type in C, but you can do it with casting. You can literally, like, cast the because a string in C is like a char star. Where is the online playground? C online playground. You can literally do it the same way you do it in like, I mean, in TypeScript you can also cannot do casting. I mean, in TypeScript you also cannot assign a string into the integer unless you're doing casting, right? So it's a completely different thing then. Like, how is it different? Why are you avoiding then? Like, I don't understand your logic. Can you explain? Why is casting different, and how is TypeScript different then from C? They just use different runtime. One is native runtime, one is JavaScript. Doesn't matter though much for the language. You can ignore those details and just use the types. this is just the implementation detail. Like when you're working with a language, it doesn't matter, right? Because you still cannot really lie. I mean, you can, but like with casting in C, lying to the type system in TypeScript is another different thing. So I don't see the difference. You can have an interpreter for C. Did you know that? I don't know if there is like the native compilers for TypeScript. TypeScript to native compiler. Announcing TypeScript native previews. Did you see that? Like the binary without the interpreter is just like, it doesn't matter. Like how does that matter for the language that you use? This is just the backend. Basically, your CPU is the interpreter for your binary. And the JavaScript is the interpreter for the JavaScript source code, which is the output of the TypeScript compiler. But there is the efforts, and like this is relatively recent, right? Where TypeScript can be also compiled to native. But the language is still the same, it's just a different compilation target, right? You cannot use Python and JavaScript is embedded. How does that correlate with the fact that, like, you are complaining that the types are not real, right? And that's what I'm telling you, like, it doesn't matter, because types only exist in the front end, and whatever backend is, and wherever you can use the backend, doesn't matter when you talk about the types. And I don't know. I feel like people. I don't really know if people are using Python in embedded, but it depends how much embedded you go. But it surely is possible to have a Python interpreter running in embedded. Depends on, like, there's probably like the minimum requirements though to do that, of course. But anyway, that all doesn't matter for the fact that TypeScript has types. Imagine you can run Python in 32-bit processor, not happening. That's literally what it was working on like 20 years ago or something, no? I had a 32-bit processor, I remember, when I was a little boy. So yes, I can imagine it because I've seen it running on the 32-bit processors. Coding doesn't matter at all then when you have ChatGPT. Well, that's another take. If you believe in that, okay. What am I doing? I did not commit. All right. We do stdin read to end. Have you been noticing GitHub downtimes? No, I don't. I rarely go to the GitHub manually, I guess. But I mean, it is unavailable right now, yes. It seems. I have pushed to it though, right? It's just the front end, like the Git itself seems to, I have cloned, I've pushed and pulled. And you have the opposite problem, where you Oh wait, hold on. It's gitty here. I made a typo. That's my bad. It's okay. David made a post about it. All systems operational. There was an incident with Copilot a couple of days ago. Rate limited. Things. I think this is where I was not coding, basically, when I was playing Project Zomboid instead, no? I don't know. I'm too lazy to read. There we go, right? So now it just throws the end of file, which is okay. Right? I mean, ideally, actually, wait, hold on. Actually, ideally, we stop gracefully or something. Whatever. I'm okay with crashing for now at the end of file. Okay, so let's do... Yeah, let's do what you wanted to, right? So when my binary has no command line arguments, so like no paths, right? Like when I'm parsing JSON, I will parse the JSON from the stdin, right? So let's have a function here. Parse from is a function. I want it to be like somewhere in the common, maybe, like, you know, file or stdin maybe, or something. I don't know what is a better name for this. Yeah, but basically we want stdin or we want a file, and in this case it's going to be a string, right? Let's call it path, actually. I will just for now say that path is a string. And then I'm going to say import parse then as module. Do you use AI for your job? No. Well, I mean, what do you mean no? Like, I'm using AI sometimes, like I'm talking to ChatGPT, but mostly I'm using it to look up the information, and then it also almost like very often lies to me, so I try to use it not that much because, like, yeah, I don't know, it's very unreliable. I don't know, it depends on what you're doing. Sometimes it can be good, sometimes not. But to write code for me, no, I don't use that. Okay, that's all that I want. I want to like split this main module into like different things. Like I already have the highlighting, formatting, and LSP in separate things, but all of these things are still belonging in main, which I don't like too much. Anyway, parse from file or stdin, right? I want to read source. This is going to be source, which means that it cannot be here actually. Can I do it in source? Yeah, I need to like make source dependent on common. Right, so source read file. I want to source read, and this is going to be read from file or stdin, right? And this returns source. Or do we do like the stdin as a URI actually? Like how does that work in, for example, the Node.js, right? If I do Node.js, you know, I say like 2 plus, it doesn't say the URI, right? Or can I like, I want to say who is a throw error like this, and then I call function foo, right? I just say there's REPL 5 here. I don't know. Can we say URI of stdin? Does that work? URI of stdin. URI for stdin varies dependent on the operating system, programming language, and the specific application being used. You can do file dev stdin on the Linux, Unix. Application specific conventions. Just stdin / URI. I don't know what is better. Let's just keep it file or stdin. Okay, so we just say file or stdin read from, this is contents, and then we return contents, and I mean I still need the URI, right? Yeah. So over here we match from with stdin. Then it's going to be URI. From string. Can I like say stdin // You think that's the thing? File or stdin URI from. Yeah, how about that? So it doesn't have the path, it just has this the scheme which is std in, right? Yeah. And if we have file path, and it's going to be Yuri new. And by the way, this new path is not exactly correct because I don't want the empty scheme, right? Construct a URI with a schema. You have a typo, Nigel. It's scheme, not schema, right? Like, I want to also resolve the path to be an absolute path, technically, when converting this to a URI, right? I'm not going to do that right now, though. New path. Path. Let me just try to do here. To do resolve. Path. And file scheme should be here. Yeah, I've got the module. This should automatically be module. Like, I will change this at some point. We keep it the double module keyword here being annoying so that I remember that I need to change it. You know? Does make sense not to export everything to the model. In fact, you refactored JSON. Yes, but that is because what we want is private fields instead, and like private things which are not being exported, right? Because you still want your scope to be recursive and be able to refer to like all of the different things. Those could be macros. Who could be macros? Like sometimes, like if you write something before the module, like over here, if you do that like as a private thing, then you cannot call this function. Well, I mean technically you can, because like this over here is a module which puts everything into the recursive scope, right? But you cannot like treat it as part of the current namespace, right? You know what I mean? And you still need the recursive scope like somewhere in on top to be able to refer to this. You have two module private and the one libks returns. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that, I guess, too. But this is like I feel like this is like how can you make it a macro though? Right, so if you want something which has both private and so like this over here, this inside this parenthesis is supposed to be the thing with private and public things, right? So we say that. So I first of all, so I need to like create a module which like does something, right? Which has a private, right, module, and then it has the public, which is also a module, and then you re-export only the public thing, right? So if this is the what you have in the file, then you will only be able to access this thing, but you still will be able to, from over here, say like private function will be able to be called, right? I think this will work. Indeed. Right, so I can say over here import test ks dot, and over here we have const f, you know, which over here also says hello from public function, right? And then we say cast bootstrap tests hello unexpected end of file. Oh yeah, I want to like call the function f from this module, right? I don't need the semicolon here. Yeah, there we go. The problem is that things in private now cannot use. No, they can. They can, because this is a module. That's the reason for this to be a module, because this puts it in recursive scope, right? So over here, I will also say like public dot, like, you know, recursive. And over here we can say recurse as a function. Hello from public recurse. Right, and this is going to work. But this is too verbose, right? We want to just say that this is a private function, this is a public function, and this is a public function. So you say that we can make a macro that is being converted into that, so we don't need an actual language feature. This also has, though, the... it's not just like about hiding the things, right? When we have the native compilation target, these modules are basically structs in the resulting thing, right? So like in Java, in JavaScript, which I transpile to currently, we have like this over here is an object which has the private and public fields, and like, you know, we go through more interactions. I guess it doesn't really like matter for like the native compilation target though much, right? Yeah, I guess it does not maybe make much difference. And it's okay. That's not what you do? What do you do? A variant of iterable that can be stopped when you don't want it to iterate anymore would be helpful. Well, that's what you do with, I mean, that's what you do by unwinding, by the way. Like, I do have breaks from loops, and the loops are implemented using the iterables, right? We just unwind from the handler, from the consumer there. Old node, okay. Like, especially if you use the for loops, you can also already break, right? Without going through the low-level unwinding primitive. Private. Oh, you don't really like have private, right? Or is this, or did you not push? Public API plus doc comments. Private was literally the first line. Oh, const private. Yeah. So like you cannot use public from private because you don't have the module on top of const private. Like it would, like, see, that's the difference between your stuff and my stuff, right? This module allows you to use anything in this scope, and then you only export public from the file. That's the important part, right? And over here, just re-export things. Yeah, I guess that also works. Since this is a module, by the way, this over here does some repetition. You can just say use private error, because like in this case, like the issue with this is that when I go to the definition of the error, when I'm using it in my code, I will go to this definition, right? And then I need to click twice. I need to like go to this definition, and then I need to go to this definition, right? But when you use, then going to definition gets you to the actual original definition directly, right? Kuviman drama, Kast used for illegal hacking. DEFCON claims innocence. I would be impressed if someone is using it for hacking. I don't think it's usable for hacking yet. Well, I mean, it's a language that can do anything. It's already like Turing complete, right? So you can do anything, technically. All right, what was I doing before I was distracted by things? I was trying to read from the standard, from the std in here, right? So parse from, yeah, so over here, we just do this, we just do that. I iterate over the paths, and I say parse from file path, right? But if paths array list length 0, then we want to parse from std_in, right? Like that's the important part here. And I just did it for the parse JSON. Okay, and over here SDFS. This is not read file. This is file or std_in dot read. Can you just say can you just say source is source read from? What's the better name for this than from? I don't like from. File or std_in. I mean, technically std_in is kind of like a file, right? It's kind of like path. Still. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Hello, March. People that don't have to use CPP every day. That's me. Do you want to talk about it? How you're forced to use CPP? You know, some people are forced to use AI these days, and you're forced to use CPP. So which one would you prefer? that stuff. You think you'd prefer AI? Turing complete. Maybe this is a problem for AI. Right now, AI is kind of firstling of Google or Stack Overflow. Maybe specific target-oriented language will be better for training a model for specific apps. But in one line, reliable. Not sure what you mean there. So now we can like parse JSON, and then I say like, like Ray March hates CPP. Wait, how do you stop? How do you end the std in when you are like working in the terminal? Isn't it Control D? It is Control D, right? There we go. And so now we can parse from the standard input. Hate is a strong word. All right. Dislikes. Or do you mean not strong enough? Parse from us to the in. Okay, so we want this to be in other places. And also, okay, let's do it in 2 steps. Let's do it in 2 steps. Over here, paths. Let's do process. Let's call this process. Process. Right? So this over here. Process file path. Process is path file or std-in, which is that. And we say then. So if paths are empty, then we process std-in. So source is source read path, and that's all. Okay, parse syntax rule set. This is also from the paths. That process is path std-in. Is that. Parse syntax rules. Tokenize is the same. Okay, so I think everything in this can do it. And then we just have highlight and format. Let me just see if this compiles first. And we do highlight. That's going to be same. Over here. And this over here is process. File or std-in. And format. Right now, like this should be like to string path. Right, plus path should be plus to string path, and then we will have in the common. I want to implement toString file or stdin as toString as toString self file or stdin match self. If it is stdin, I will just return stdin, and if it is file path, then it's just path. What's your compilation times, Raymarch? I'm slowly like using my Kast, and you know my compiler is very slow. I'm reaching 20 seconds here, and all I have is syntax highlighting and parsing and formatting and stuff. Well, we do have that in the LSP, but yeah, I'm approaching 10,000 lines of code here, and it is 20 seconds to compile. 20 seconds is not enough to get a coffee, right? But I'm using my new self-hosted syntax highlighter now in the VS Code, and this is what the self-hosted language server is doing. It's just showing me the Harvard character. We're going to connect the formatter, and I just like, yeah, I just lose the ability to go to definition, but the old LSP was meh. Maybe I can have like a combination of the old LSP and the new LSP, where I use the old LSP for specific things and the new LSP for only like certain things. Yes, wait, can you? You probably can, right? Or just run two LSPs at the same time, right? Maybe. Yeah, I'm self-hosting, and you don't. I mean, you've seen that, right? I have 7.5 thousand lines in Kast already here. I think in total, right? So what have we done? I have this, right? So project Kastlang. I can just see here, right? In project Kastlang, I already have 15,000 lines of Kast code. Plus, I have what? Kubibot is written in this. Kubibot is very small though, so it doesn't matter. Advent of Code 2025. D2 Gem 3. Is that all the Kast code? I think that's all the Kast code that I have written. 21,000? 22,000 lines of Kast? I thought I would have more, actually. Yeah, I still have more OCaml than Kast. We need to fix that. Did it compile? Or did it break? Can't find paths in this scope. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Arg start. Your company requires you have at least 5 years of Kast experience and multiple 100,000 plus lines projects. So sorry, we can't hire you. Right. Okay, it compiles. Well, I mean, it's not 20 seconds yet. It's 16.5. Okay, so we can do like cast Lex, for example, and we say echo hello world like this, right? And there you go. That gives me the tokens then. Should it be written as this? stdin colon. Wait, what if I do Python and then I say file? Wait, you don't have file when you are in the stdin? In the REPL in the Python? Like, is there a convention for stdins? What is the other interpreter that is good? Right, like Node.js for some reason just says if I like throw error here. Wait, it just says uncoded error. It doesn't even say where. Yeah, this is REPL 3. Wait, what do you mean REPL 3? Oh, it's REPL. Yeah, REPL 3, because this is the third thing that I have written in the REPL, right? Oh. So it's not all just stdin, right? This is like REPL. Got it. That's not too bad. Can I like though pass something like echo console error? No, right, like this works. And then what if I say over here throw error, right? Then it is like this stdin1, right, with square brackets. That's not the proper URI though, right? When I parse I want to report errors in terminal when I have error in parsed file. I can say like file line column. What do I say when I parse from S to the N? So GCC uses stdin. Wait, can you compile? Can you use GCC and compile from stdin? Some people just use the dash there. Shouldn't it always be a URI? stdin is not correct URI, right? Use a pseudo scheme, right? Like that's what I did. Because if I don't use the URI, then I want to change my source to also use like some weird thing, right? So like it's not the URIs of the source files, but some other things. So this could be like source path, which is file or stdin basically, right? That's what I could call it. Do you think that would be better? So that I can report it better, right? Like, I kind of like seeing the stdin, like, if it's like this or with triangular brackets more. Maybe. Maybe I do a refactoring here. Allow... read from stdin if no paths are provided in all subcommands. All right, let's do that. Fine. Source path is a new type. So yeah, we are going to get rid of the file or stdin. Let's get rid of that. Let's move it here. And I will rename file or stdin to be the source path. And this is going to be like URI. There we go. Read URI. In this case, I want to say if URI scheme is equal to file, then we read file from URI path. Otherwise, we panic. Unsupported URI scheme. Like that, right? So I don't say source URI, right? Source path. So source path, this yeah, this has like URI and stuff, and then we want to say like new file path, children source path, which is going to be URI new. We want spec path. That's a spec path because I want it to be the file with the path, right? But like, wait, when we use this, it must be like the full thing, right? The full path over here. So this is where I want to say to do resolve to absolute path. Right? I don't think I even want the read file. I just want to read from the source path. And source doesn't have the URI. No, source has a path, which is a source path. And same for the spans. Spans will also have the source path, I guess, right? Now. Let's make the source path live on top of the source here. I want to get rid of this. That should not be the method on the source, I think. So just say path here, right? So in the span, now this depends on the source, and we don't have the URI. We instead say path, which is a source path. And so over here, we don't say URI to string, we say source path to string, which just implements the toString self path. Source path. Path. Okay, well, I mean, I should just like look at all of the occurrences of URI, which is 342. Format. Like, this is going to be the path. This is going to be path. This is going to be path. Parse. Path. Source path. Yeah, so like this is like a special, right? Like this over here is a JSON. This is not a path actually. So we kind of want to say it's like a special shown as JSON basically, right? When I'm saying parse. Yeah, let's do that. Path. So the source path should also have a spatial thing, right? So if it is a spatial name, then it's just a name, right? Oh, but yeah, we don't have file, right? We have URI. URI, and then we say URI to string. URI in this case. I feel like I just select all the URIs here and say path. Path, source path. path. New path, fail span, path, spatial, to do. So span does not depend on this, actually. Syntax parser, path, hover. Okay, when we hover on the LSP, right? This over here has to be the URIs, right? I'm just I mean, yeah, I don't use the other things really. We have the file state, contents, yeah, that's all right. The LSP, semantic tokens. This over here is important, right? Because we don't have the source. Yeah, because the source is going to be path is URI, like this. And so over here we say path is source path. Path is source path. Is that it? Tweet or JSON, we don't worry about. Okay. No recursive imports at the source. Oh, wait, because the source imports the span and span imports the source, which means that the source path needs to live in its own thing. Okay, got it. Source path. So this one is the one that depends on the URI. Is that it? So source depends on the source path. Span depends on the source path. I probably need to import the source path in other places or something. Depth path, no such file or descriptor. Wait, what? Depth path. Oh, because I replaced Yuri with a path. Got it. Should not do that in this file. Cannot find source path in the parser, right? So since this is source path, we need to import it over here. Source path. One of the things that I could do instead is I could make every dependency to re-export everything that it depends on so that I don't need to export manually like this. I'm not sure what I like more. I think this is okay. We just need to change the syntax a little bit. Source a read file path. Right. I want to source a read from source path new file path. Right? Which means that this should depend on the source path. Read file is not there. Read source path new file. We'll set path. So we don't have file or std in. Instead of have source path. Can we like replace all of them with source path? Right, which means that in the format I want the source path, and in main I also want source path. And we don't have file, by the way, right? This is going to be just source a new file path, right? So when I say file path, all of this should be replaced with, it's not source or path. File path should be replaced with source path new file path, like that. You made JQ but worse in Kast. Nice. Same repo. Do you think it should be in the same repo? I mean, okay, sure. Use as a JQ like JSON query tool. It's just an example to show reader of its own, right? Wait, did I compile? No, I did not compile, right? A read file is not there. Read source path new file. This already, by the way, these things are kind of, yeah, that's okay. Like, I need to deduplicate the code in some places. Source read, source path new file. Do you think it should be new file? Or should it be just file? I feel like it should be just file. Have you had any programs with the Linux text? It's like it's unpleasant to the eyes. Why would the Linux text be unpleasant to the eyes? Well, I mean, it depends on the application, I guess, right? Not on the Linux itself. Like depends on the amount of like subpixel rendering that the specific applications are doing. But I would expect the VS Code to render the same in both like Macs and Linuxes. They're talking about you not having Linux license. Read file, read source file. You already what? Danielle. You see the problems with the Linux text? Like, I remember reading something where, like specifically Apple's macOS text rendering, like, they were putting work in it, right? Like, with subpixel anti-aliasing and smoothing, like, these things, right? Which is why phones look better on macOS than on Windows. But you see that macOS has much better font rendering. But isn't it, like, I mean, also, like, when you use macOS, you probably use the if not the latest, then like modern high resolution Retina displays, which are high resolution, you know. So like, what do you compare with? It's higher density of the pixels compared to, like, I mean, it depends what you're comparing it to, basically, right? But there are definitely things that they do to make the font look better. But like on the Linux, like is it true for like VS Code on Macs too? Like, I thought that font rendering is done on the like within the app, right? Maybe not. It depends. I don't know. Really. But like when the application is natively done with the Macs APIs, then it's one thing. And then, like, let's say that you're making a game, right? You're probably making your own font rendering, or using some library which implements it itself, not using the macOS APIs. I'm not sure how it works with like code editors though. But isn't like Z, for example, implemented with their own GPUI, right? So like they use GPUI to render stuff. And do they use macOS font rendering? It's GPUI, not GPU. GPUI uses native macOS font rendering, right? So it does it like render the UI elements via metal, but there is like this core text which does the rasterization, right? So this is the framework that the Apple provides. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if I see it, like last time I used Max was a long time ago, 15 years ago. I don't remember it being better back then. But yeah, I can see how other operating systems implement this. And like in Linux, like I said, like Linux is just the kernel, right? I don't think the kernel is implementing this font rendering APIs. So it's what? Like, it would be implemented in multiple, it would have to be implemented in multiple places on Linux, right? Like in GTK or in Qt, I guess, or in whatever else library you use. Okay, so this compiles and it works, right? Yeah, see, parsing std in, line 1, column 8. You know what would be nice? If you could like click on this and it would select this thing somehow. I don't know if that can work even. Maybe if you make your own TUI and implement your own things. I mean, especially since this is like Echo, right? So, yeah. A little weird. Okay, source path has been introduced. All right. Do we do some more useless things? Wait, did Nigel just do 6 more commits to the JSON? What did you do there? You did things. To string for errors. Look at these beautiful commit messages. Compare this to my commit messages. Especially some of them. I should learn how to do proper commit messages or something. All right, let's do this. You've used Windows your whole life. Today you tried using Omarchy Arch Linux by DHH. You ran into some issues with 4K to 40 Hz monitor. It seems like a limitation of Hyperland, but it could be mistaken. What are the issues though? I use not 4K to 40 Hz. I use 2K 140 Hz. And the system is pretty smooth. The system is not as smooth as Windows. Are you on laptop? Or on a PC? Do you have dual GPU, for example? You might be using like integrated GPU there instead of the dedicated GPU. Use a desktop computer. NVIDIA RTX, super. I don't know. That's weird. I thought Hyperland... I mean, I never tried the 4Ks, but... Hyperland issue with 4K. Is there any issues with 4K? Like, you mean not, it's not smooth, like, it doesn't actually feel like 240 Hertz? Or something? I did have issues with Hyperland, though. I did have issues with Hyperland. It also depends which version you use. What do they have in Arch? I mean, what is... they update in Arch pretty often, right? Arch Linux. I do use Hyperland. It's smooth. It is smooth for me. But it does have issues. You're not alone in this development. Unbelievable. What force is motivating you guys? It's not even a hot thing like AI model. It's just that we like having fun. And we like doing this thing, that's all. Languages are cool. Yeah. Have you tried making your own programming language? How do I know my version of Hyperland? Hyperland version? I use 0.52.54.2, right? But I have not updated in a while, right? This was last updated literally 2 days ago, yeah. Yeah, Arch is pretty good at keeping this fresh. So, yeah. But I remember, like, when I tried Hyperland for the first time, like a couple years ago, I think, like 2 years ago, I did have issues. And it also, like, was memory leaking and things. In addition to lagging sometimes. But it's pretty stable these days. There are still a couple bugs though. I sometimes see in my background over here the cursor is like being glitched on the screen. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, and Linux does 240 Hz only work over DP. Doesn't HDMI 2.1 work? I think this is not. Oh, like I am using DisplayPort, yes, because I remember that when I was doing the HDMI, I could not do the 140, but I could not do that on Windows either. Is HDMI 2.1 frame limit? HDMI 2.1 limitations. It's possible to achieve 200 FPS at 4K over HDMI 2.1 connection if both your GPU and monitor supports DSC. Yeah, maybe I don't have HDMI 2.1. Maybe I like have 1 or something. I don't know, really. But I remember that I needed to use the DisplayPort cable. Maybe you shouldn't switch to Linux if all of that is such trouble. Well, why do you even want to switch to Linux? If you're happy with what you're using Max, right? Yeah. I don't know, that's weird. Linux, HDMI, 2.1, 4K, 240 Hz. Achieving 4K 240 Hz via HDMI 2.1 on Linux is currently restricted or problematic due to HDMI forum licensing blocking open source driver implementation of the features like DSC. If this AI overview is correct. But this is the forums on the NVIDIA. So I think this is probably true. Due to licensing. Of course, it's always due to licensing. I thought everything related to intellectual property and licenses done longer counts in the age of AI. We'll see how that turns out. Alright, what do? I need to do something useful. Let's do the formatting in the LSP. That's what I want, right? Formatting in the LSP. So we have... Let's open the LSP spec. Formatting. formatting. Okay. So we need to specify the document formatting provider over here. Document formatting options. That's just work done progress options. False. You said you used macOS for a long time, or maybe you switched to Linux? No, I used macOS a long time ago. Not for a long time. I used it for like a couple years. Maybe 5 years. I don't remember exactly. But I don't know, I just got annoyed with it. I don't remember the details. Eventually I just installed Linux on it. Also, I think it became slow or something with a couple of the macOS updates, right? You're supposed to get a new Apple device every couple years or every year or something, right? That's what the Apple wants you to do. So if you don't do that, then your device becomes slow with the updates. So you are supposed to not update then, right? Or something, I don't know. So eventually I remember that I installed Linux and my MacBook started to work faster. That was definitely the case. Also was a little bit annoying of the windowing system. It's probably like changed these days. Also I've seen people using the you can use a custom window manager in macOS these days, right? Can you? Maybe back in the days you also could, but I just was not figuring that out. But yeah, maybe I could have disabled the animations or something. But I mean, the Linux that I switched to was not absent animations. So like I was using GNOME, which is pretty heavily animated too, I think. Maybe not as much as Mac's, but like back in the days, like I don't remember like when you were moving the window around, there was not the wiggle animation. Is there a way to switch to Linux without getting fan noise? Yeah, so yeah, and this is why I don't use the MacBook anymore, because yes, it was I was switching to Linux. It was running faster, but it was like overheating much more. So maybe it was not worth it switching to Linux on a MacBook. It was an Intel MacBook. There is something with it. But wait, you're talking about the fan noise. Aren't modern MacBooks don't even have fans? I thought the M chips, the Apple Silicon doesn't require cooling. Is that not true? Do they still have fans? But yeah, it was like overheating all the time. Eventually my battery swallowed and I needed to move the battery out, like so, and that's when I also figured out that on a Mac, if you power your MacBook using just the power cable but without having a battery installed, then there is a hardware cap on the CPU clock speed, because apparently the power of the power cable is not enough to power your CPU on a Mac or something. I don't know. So I just threw it away and got a regular laptop. which I'm not using either because I'm using a PC. But yeah, that was a long time ago, so maybe like it's better these days. But just like we saw with the HDMI source licensing, preventing you from having like the full power of your monitor, right? I could see something similar to that when you are trying to use Linux on the Apple hardware, right? Because Asahi Linux, that's what they do, right? They literally reverse engineer this stuff. So like, depending on how much have they reverse engineered and how well the implementation is, like you might potentially still use like more battery power or something, right? Or some of the features are not going to work. Hello, Infinite Coder. All right, let's do the document formatting provider. Okay. So here's what we're going to have. If I, right now, build we will have a new method that I need to respond to. Wait, field parse is not there. Wait, you removed the parse method. Or you just said parse or something, right? Wait, what did you do there? Why does the chat feel wrongly aligned? Oh, I don't know why. It's because that's what I do. You think it should be left aligned there instead of right aligned? Just have the custom CSS here, which says text align right. Is this better? Maybe. You made a bug, 1 sec. Okay. Did you not export this? Is this like in the private or something? Do you have use X and as Y? No, I do not. This is where you say, where you actually say const. This is that. Like, I mean, when I say use X as Y, this is actually interesting. I want to know how this works in Rust, right? Can I say something like use std I'm building things from scratch. Can I have like a simpler project? Hold on. Not the link cider. Just doesn't have the target. Bum 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 bum. I don't know, let's go to link cider, whatever. I just have to wait. I'm just wondering how does this work? If you say something like use std, what's the function in std that I could use? Let's say std option as as like blah blah blah, right? And over here I say like blah sum 1 2 3, right? I'm just wondering what's going to happen when I go to definition here. Okay, we just need to build 600 crates. Hold on a second. Right. So it actually works like this, right? When I go to blah, you go to the definition of the option, right? Okay, so you don't go to the definition of the usage, right? So we actually want to implement it like this then. But this is weird, right? Because when I, for example, rename blah, oh, renaming aliases is currently not supported. Oh, you cannot rename an alias in Rust? Lol. Yeah, I guess I could like I could also say that renaming an alias is not supported. Right. But then I would need to like make sure that some like I need to maintain the information if something is an alias on the original name. Okay, so here's what we are going to do. If I restart the Kast language server here, and then okay, so this works, right? It does work, and I click save, and it's going to say that it closed, right? Because we don't respond to text document formatting. Now that we have declared that we can do that, we need to go to the LSP, and if we have the method, which is formatting, then I need to do something. All right, formatting. The parameters are text document and options are tab size, insert spaces, trim trailing white space, insert final new line, trim final new lines, signature for further properties. So we just ignore all of that though, right? Or do we respect the user settings for the tab size? You also added parse 1 total, if you want to use that instead. Like for the streamer JSONs, right? Is that what it means? Or would you mean, or do you mean total? Like what does total mean in that case? It means no trailing characters. But by default, it allows trailing characters. I think it should be the other way around. By default, it should check for the end of file. That's what I would expect. All right. I've also splitted my LSP into multiple files, but I'm using the includes instead of imports here, but that's okay. Formatting. Oh, sorry. How did Rust become so popular? I don't know. I feel like if the language is good, then it's going to be popular, right? Who promoted Rust originally? I don't remember. I mean, it was Firefox, basically, right? Mozilla. That's where Rust originates from. They were rewriting Firefox in Rust. And that's what the language was created for. Alright, we have this, we have file state, we have parsed, okay. So response is text edit on null. Null if we don't do anything, and then we have the text edits. So text edit, we're just going to do the full new text, right? So we're going to have the range, which is a full range, and we replace it with the new text. Right, so I will create the array. Good language is not enough. It's like singing in your room and waiting for a Grammy. Well, it did not do like that much aggressive marketing as like Golang did, for example. So I think Golang is popular due to marketing, but Rust is popular because of the other reasons. Like, sure, you're not singing in your room when you're making a programming language. There are people who are looking for new programming languages, right? And then they talk to other people and show that to other people, right? So it's like the people who are doing the marketing themselves, I think, mostly. How did Rust get popular? Right, like it's because, like, especially in the low level languages, it is like there is not a lot of alternatives. It's basically just C or C++, right? Now these days there's also Zig, which appeared later than Rust, and then there was Rust, and Rust appears, and Rust also offers more than like just being able to do low level programming, because it also offers it with memory safety at the same time, which is very unique, which is why Rust became popular, right? But yes, people need to hear about your language somehow when you create it for the first time. So I imagine there was some, like, I mean, Mozilla is a big company still, relatively, right? So was there like a blog or something? I don't know. Have ever looked for some alternatives? I have been like I've tried a lot of different languages. Yes, I have always been looking for languages. So some languages I just tried for like one day and then dropped them, like Golang. And then some languages like Rust, I tried and I realized that it's actually a good language, and I used it for 10 years. But there were a lot of other languages that I also tried for longer or shorter periods of time. And I imagine there are like people who try even more languages than I do. For sure. All right, what do we do here? So we have format. I want to have an array of text edits, right? But text edits is this is going to be literally the single text edit. So edit is going to be an object with the fields, which is a range plus options. No. Not parameters. Wait, what is this? The document on type formatting request sent from the client to the server to format parts of the document during typing. Oh, it's like during typing? Like it inserts spaces for you or something, right? We're not going to do that. Not yet. Okay, text edit, just range and new text. So what's the range? Range is a text document expressed as zero-based start and end positions. They don't say that and is exclusive, right? No, and is exclusive. Yes, they do say that. Okay. So I just need the full range. Let's have on the state of the LSP. Here's what we store for the file. We have contents, lines, parsed, option parsed. I feel like parser parsed is a new type. I have this, that. I want to have the end of file, which is a token. Span. Let's have span of the end of file. No, it's like position. Right? Yeah, the position of the end of file. Sure. End of file. Let end of file is unwindable. End of file loop. And over here, instead of break, I say unwind end of file with peak span start. So this is the end of file, which is the position. Right? So now that I have that, I can know the full range here. All right. Range. Range is an object. Range. I want to like have a span to range parsed. Well, I want the span, not just the position of the end of file now, right? Start is position beginning. End is parsed, and the file span does have the path, which is the parsed AST span path. Right, so let's have the function span to range. It just takes span, returns the JSON object. Fields is new order map. We return object with the fields. Going to add start, which is position to LS position for LSP. So I don't call it spawn to range, spawn to LSP. Right, so like span in the LSP protocol. So I convert position to LSP and the span start, and then I do the same for the end, and I would say position to LSP, position returns JSON. It also has two fields. This is start, this is end, this is line, and this is character. So this would be position line, and this would be position column. So this is string encoding. It's based on string encoding here. This is going to be a number. Let's say line is number. Int 32 to float. I don't have position to LSP now. I will just say position line. And this is number. Int 32 to float. That. So that should work. And now the new text is the only thing that's missing, right? And that is the actual formatter. So I need to depend on format. So we do format parsed into the output, right? New text is, we do format parsed into the output, where output is increase indentation, decrease indentation. do that anywhere, right? So like I need to specify the output here. And I mean, yeah, indentation, yeah. So like this means that the indentation would depend on the tabs or spaces, I guess, right? And we can use the user configuration of the amount of tabs, I suppose. So we need the output, we need like this type over here, right? We need this type. Obviously, I don't want to support colors when formatting, so color is false. Then I want to write a string, and then increase and decrease indentation. Indentation is 0. I want to like do something. Oh, we have new output which has the print, right? New output based on print, but this says color is true. I feel like this should have more customization, right? Like what is the indentation, right? So let's say indentation string here. This should be called not print but write. Or wait, should it? Write line is what I want, I guess. Indentation string and color. Right, so in this case, we take, say, color from there. And this over here is going to be indentation string. So new output is used here for the std out and std error, right? This is right line, color true. Indentation string is this thing. I don't want this to be here, you know, new. Let's say new std using this or that, right? New std output. Right, line, string, unit, output. It's just new output. Right line, indentation string is the thing, color is true. I mean, this should be like detected, I guess, if we are in the terminal or something. Indentation string is the thing that I had here before that I deleted, this stuff. Okay. Yep. So now I can do in the formatting. Over here, I say that output is new output, right? Where right line is result is a string. Say result plus equal s, result plus equal /n. Indentation string is just, so this should depend on user setting, I guess. And then we have color, which should be false, right? So then we just output to this. This is going to do it in the result. And that's what we return. I think this should just work. Then I should be able to format with LSP now. Pum 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 pum. I'm going to ignore the end of file position here, I guess. And ignore it over here. A reference is not referenced. Yeah, because parse this is already a reference. I don't need to take the reference to a reference. Something somewhere is wrong. And this does not have... We have a list of objects. A list of JSONs. Object. Word map. String JSON T. Number. It's not array list. Something like... it's one of these things, right? Position to LSP. This returns JSON, right? These are just two JSONs also. And to LSP. Oh, object. This should be around brackets, not curly brackets. That makes sense. I don't know why I did that. Alright, it's going to work. First try. Let's go to a test file over here. Restart the language server. No! Connection to the server is erroring. Why? To do respond. Oh, say info received request. Wait, what? I think it's my logging. My logging. Is it my logging? Did I break something? This new std output. This new std output with a print. Output is that. Log. I mean, this is the same thing. It doesn't matter. I don't know. It seems like I printed to the std out instead of std error. When I was logging. Right? Can I say just LSP stress test? Right, like this works. It seems. Info received request initialize. Wait, by the way, that was different from what I saw here, right? Received request initialize. But this is all lowercase. Why is this all lowercase? Clear output. Let's try it. Restart language server. Now output. Hello? Hello, where's my output? It says restarting. Okay, are you not starting anything? Extension host. Pending a response rejected since connection got disposed. Hold on, clear this output. Restart Kast language server. Like there is no logs in the extension host. There's no logs in the Kast language server. Hello, ICS Boinks. Oh my god, how do I hate debugging VS Code. Reload the window. Like if it's going to work if I reload the window. No, it's not. But at least like this time I see that header must provide header length property. But this is what I have actually printed. Yeah, okay. This is the actual header that I have. Right, and the reason is that this is the header that I had is because this information was printed to the std out instead of std error. Okay. Why would the log write to the std error? Let's do this. Kast highlight this. No, that doesn't work. Kast lex test. Right. So like this over here says lex in the file. Test. I should fix the way I print that, by the way. I convert that to string. Because I cannot click source path. When I convert this to string, and this is a URI, then I say that if URI scheme is path, then I do one thing. Otherwise, I say to string, right? Because like I want to print like the path relative to the current working directory, I guess. Maybe. I will just return the URI path though for now. To do relative to current working directory. But that's not what matters, right? What I wanted to do is I wanted to output these to dev null, and I should still see the std error, which I do not, right? So when I go to main, if I see tokenize over here, right? It's doing... Oh, this is actually doing it to the current output, right? But this should do it to... This should do it into log info, I guess. I don't understand. They're skipping an expected punctuation thus. How is this one unexpected? I don't see. Oh, I did something wrong here, right? Yes. I did do something wrong here. Could not find log in scope. Wait, really? It's not imported? Yes. And as you can see, I don't see anything in the std_error, because std_error did not do that, because I understand now. It's because I renamed the print to the right line, but I still use print here, which is now using the standard thing. I should instead say right line, of course. That makes sense. Alright, now it's going to work. First try. I said restart Kast LSP and it's not restarting. I say restart again. Like it's not even trying to start. Something is really wrong here. I guess in my extension, maybe I should like read the API, like the documentation of the APIs that I'm using there. Even although it's literally just it says LSP start there. Reload the window. Okay. Now it's going to work. Okay, so we have the syntax highlighting. Now let's print save, and it formatted the code. Okay, it formatted the code, but I did not finish yesterday something, so we have the new lines getting deleted currently. Right? I definitely don't want the new lines to be deleted. LSP formatting. So now we fixed the actual format. I was doing something yesterday and I don't remember exactly, right? I was like queuing the new lines and things so that the comments could be staying on the same, like, comments could be seen on the same thing. Like I'm supposed to do this if I just printed a new line and this is more than one and I print a new line. Yeah, but if I do this before I flush, right, then it does not happen. Let's just say flush is this. That's not right. Ah. I'm going to flush like before. Right, which is going to flush and then do this. So over here, if it's on the different line, then I will flush before here. And over here, we also flush before. Flush before. Flush before. I don't need to flash before if it's on the same line as the previous token, right? Sure. Hello, Nerdsoul. Let's see if that is better. Okay, save. Okay, it's saved, it formatted. One thing that it did is that we now have these like empty lines with the white space though. I thought my old formatter was doing that too. But yeah, we can get rid of this empty white spaces, right? But there we go, we have formatted officially. So if I save this, there we go. This is using the new formatter. Right? Yeah. Look at this also. If I like do this string interpolation here, like I say 2 plus 2, like this, then it's also being formatted there inside. Amazing, right? I think if I say like A semicolon B here though, then it will put it on the new line, because that's what we do for the semicolons. We always split them on the new lines. Technically this is correct code. I mean, no, this is not correct code. Well, no, actually this is correct code. Yeah, because you can have the new lines in the interpolated parts, just not in the string parts. Right, so like this doesn't work, but this works. Technically this is all good. But I feel like inside of the interpolation though, I should never, maybe... Could you do string interpolation inside of the string interpolation? To string... Yeah, I did make it so that we have like nested parentheses and my lexer is counting the parentheses here and stuff. So we say to string, and then over here we have interpolation inside of the interpolation. 2 plus 2 is nested interpolation plus 2, like that. Wait, this doesn't. Wait, this didn't work. Wait, what? Excuse me. Or is it just nested? Huh? It is lexed properly. What about parsing? Is it the formatter? Expected end of file got interpolation. Yeah. Oh, yes. It's because this is an error, actually. It's because it's an error, and I thought I was printing all of the remaining tokens, though. But I guess I don't... Oh, but I don't do that in the nested stuff. Oh, yes. I only do it like if we have the errors after the end. Right, because this is not correct syntax. If I say nested interpolation plus 2 though, this is going to be formatted properly, right? Yep. But if I say this, then we have the parser error, of course, right? So when I do the format, we will not format by default unless I say continue on errors, which is what the LSP is doing. I feel like the LSP law should not format code with errors, probably, but I will still want to fix this, right? Like if I say hello world here, this is also an error, right? But it does print these tokens. It prints them like next to each other though, which is wrong. I should probably like print every token separated by a space or something. right? So this just means that my AST interpolated string has the interpolated part, which also should have the ignored tokens. I should have ignored tokens before. No, ignored tokens before are like are like in this AST actually, right? So if I have a comment, for example, let's see. If I have a comment here. Oh, and also, it seems like I have crashed when I'm in the process of writing a comment. I'm crashing. I should fix that probably. Right? Yeah, but this did print the comment. It's part of the interpolated part. Yeah, the syntax highlighting should probably work too, right? What's this? Oh, I'm unwrapping a none here. I think I'm unwrapping a none when I don't have a closed comment, right? Like, let's do this. Yes, I'm unwrapping none. So I should go to the Lexer. And I should read a block comment. Where am I unwrapping here? Oh, this reader advance. Right, because the next two are not these, right? But if right, I need to say that if reader peak is none. All right, so this is the end of file. And then into fail. Or am I specifying how I'm failing? Is it not here? We say error with span. Oh, I just returned here. Oh, so it's only the string that I read that can return an error. Yeah, I don't return this here, right? Let's flatten this code too. All right, let's fix the Lexer now. There's a lot of code here. I feel like I want these errors when I report the error, because this is supposed to never return, right? I'm going to have a function like specified somewhere, like over here maybe. And this is going to be like a const instead of a let, which probably makes sense. So, but I don't return here. I instead say unwind. Reader position. And I don't need a start then, right? I just report and unwind. And then when I'm reading the next token, right, like over here, so unexpected character is advancing, but all of the other errors over here, we're going to say return that. So I'm going to say that start is laxer reader position. I'm going to say with unwindable handler is unwind on error is this is where we return. Oh, Zend, what am I building? Same, we're building Kast. I'm making the code formatter work within the LSP. I'm seeing some bugs where I'm not error resilient enough. So like we need to ignore more errors and make all of the things work. So I want to finish the syntax highlighting and formatting in the self-hosted Kast. Right? Over here, I just return the error. On language popularity, it has a network effect. Same as social networks. If you want to switch it into force your network to do the same. People learn what companies ask. Well, yes. Is it your real goal to become popular yourself? Not yet. Not yet. There is no way I can get popular with the current state of the language. It like barely works. People learn what companies ask. That's not exactly true. There are two types of reasons to learn a language. One is because you want to use it for work, which is when you do what companies ask. And the other one is when you do the hobby projects. And a lot of people code as a hobby, right? And Rust, before it was used by companies, like before companies can use it, you need to get into the hobbyists, right? Companies don't just make the language. I mean, sometimes they do, right? Like Golang, for example. Maybe. But yeah, anyway, like there are different crowds, right? Like you're talking about like the networking effect. Yes, it can originate in many different places. It can originate in a company. It can originate in, I don't know. Maybe it can originate by people watching the Twitch channel and then talking about the language to their friends or something. And then, like, it spreads from there. Maybe, right? But it's probably, like, better. Like, if I want to get popular, like, Twitch is not the way. But I'm not sure what is, like, the way. Maybe, like, making a YouTube video about it would be better. That's what... that's one of the things. Maybe some blog posts and stuff. Right. But yeah, I think in general, if a language is better than others, in at least like in some ways, it will get popular eventually, right? Because there will be like someone who discovers the language and like believes that it's better than something else in some way, and then it starts spreading from there. Right. Like the only challenge is getting like the first users, basically, I think. I mean, there's two challenges: make a good language and make a language and get the first users, right? So right now, this language is only being used by me, and well, Nigel started using it a little bit. We use Nigel's JSON library. He wrote some code with it. But you still don't understand why is it better than other languages? Why you should hype about it? I know there are thousands of languages, only few get to the top. Yeah. What language are you talking about? Why is my language better than others? Yeah, I'm not like doing very well on marketing right now, but I don't want to market it very well currently, right? I want to get to the usable state and then like start maybe work on explaining why is this better, right? But at the same time, I don't know, like you don't understand why. Maybe you will think that it's not better anyway, right? But it depends on what you have used, right? Like some people, they want specific things improved in existing languages, right? Like when Rust got popular, people wanted basically the speed of C++, of C++, without being without debugging memory safety bugs all the time, right? So this is why Rust got popular, right? Like Zig is getting track because it introduced this comp time, which yes, it existed in other languages before, but it does is it in a nice way, in a minimal language. Some people were looking for that, I guess, in a language. So yeah, Golang became popular because it's like the Goroutine model was not used in other languages before, I think, much. like Erlang was the other one. Was Erlang existing before Golang? I have no idea actually. Erlang. This probably was before, like, right? But Erlang was is dynamically typed, and Golang made it like at least statically typed, and not a functional language, which a lot of people like just turn off from when they see the word functional. It triggers people. But you had some idea behind it. Yeah, I do have the ideas, right? I have the website for the language. If you have not read through this, you can look over here. But basically, we want the language that is powerful, expressive, and reliable, which means that it should allow you to have like it should have higher abstraction power. At the same time, it should the abstraction should be zero cost, ideally, right? So that we can write low-level code too with it. So it's both low-level and a high-level language, which prevents bugs at compile time and all of the things, right? And if you talk about like the details, then one of the I don't actually talk about it much here, but like this function context is basically a feature which is similar to the effect systems, which is currently being like relatively hot topic in the language development. I think there's a lot of languages that want to introduce the effect systems, and people want that in Rust also. Right? So like what I'm imagining is something like Rust with an effect system and comp time from Zig. That's like the short version of it, I guess. Also, some of the things are done just like I don't know. Like, it's a powerful language. I think it improves on a lot of languages, but how true that is to other people, that depends, right? But I'm pretty sure that I'm not the only one who would think that if this language existed properly, then it would be an improvement, basically. Like, it's just literally a strict improvement, in my opinion, over Rust. Like, it's a combination of Rust, Zig, and like let's say Coca language, right? Because we want effects, comp time, and all of the things that are in Rust. Yeah, I'm basically basing it on Rust because I have, like, Rust is the language that I've used the most. I also got first class AST. Yeah. Like the macros, and the macros are basically like the Lisp macros, right? So Lisp is the language that is mostly well known because of its powerful macro system. So we have that in Kast, but we also don't have the syntax with parentheses. So extensible syntax is another feature which is not seen in a lot of languages, but I don't know how much value it is to the other people. But like sometimes you want that. That's what I think. That sometimes it's really nice because otherwise, like in Rust, you need to work with existing syntax, or like not the syntax, but like you write macro and you write your own language inside of a macro, which must like, yeah, and it becomes like really difficult to debug, and then the formatter doesn't work on it, and the LSP doesn't work on it. And everything. So, you know, I don't know. If you're interested in any specific feature, I can talk more about it. But yeah, right now the language is definitely not better than anything. I mean, it's an okay language right now, but a lot of the features are not really implemented. Some of them are buggy. It is slow, but that will be fixed over time. It's time for my monthly question. Can I write stacks in Kast yet? I don't know. I'm not even like using the derived macros myself too much, which I should like. For example, over here in the semantic tokens, this code over here, I'm describing this enum, and then I over here, I say the index. This over here should be derived, so we should generate this code, right? And this over here should be generated, and this over here should be generated. Derive macros. I mean, yeah, I'm using like the derive macro for the vertex here. I remember that there was some issue though with the derive macros currently in the language. I think if I like call the derive twice or something, that it doesn't work. Yeah, also like Jai, I guess, is another language that we will compare Kast to a lot, right? Because a lot of the features in Jai are similar to features in Kast. It's just that Jai, I don't know. Like, Jai is to C what Kast is to Rust, I guess. Maybe. Which means that I will never finish this project, so it will never get popular. Forget about Kast. What was I working on? I was doing something here. I was fixing my Lexer. Alright. In order to win network is not enough to be incrementally better. No, but it is. I think. In programming languages, because it's different from the messaging applications that you are talking about. Right? I think it's very different. Right? Like, for example, there is an alternative to Git. Because Git sometimes can be a little bit weird. There's a thing called Jujutsu, which is supposedly better than Git. Or is it Jujitsu? No, it's JJ, right? Jujutsu, yeah. This is a version control system, which is supposed to be a better alternative to Git. But how do you convince all of the people to use that instead of Git? That's a different thing. Like, even if it is better, it's because like a lot of the ecosystem is built on Git, right? I mean, this specific thing is actually compatible with Git, so but even then, but even then, like, you cannot easily switch off Git because like your code is hosted on GitHub or like other like or GitLab, Codeberg, whatever, right? So you cannot just switch off of it. But switching a programming language it also depends, right? Obviously, you don't like rewrite your existing applications in a new programming language, so that's not who your first users of a programming language are going to be. Switching the messenger app, like you were suggesting, is also not that easy because you need to talk to other people using the messaging apps. So, like, in order to switch, you need to both switch, right? Which is like 1,000 times more difficult than when you switch it yourself, right? But you don't use the messenger app to talk to yourself, right? Which is why it is much more difficult. Like, let's say that there was a new operating system that comes out, which is not Linux, Windows, or Mac OS. Why would people be using that? Also, right? Which is actually like, this is why Jujutsu that I was just showing you is compatible with Git, right? It like this is relatively like getting track recently because it's compatible with Git. I feel like if it was not, then even less people would try that stuff. So whenever you do something new, you have to make it compatible with the others. You make your own operating system, you must be able to run existing, like, I don't know, Linux, Windows applications, maybe. So you need to do more work to do that, right? So yeah, it depends on the type of a program. And in case of programming languages, I feel like getting the first like users is relatively easy. Because there are language nerds who just like trying new programming languages. Right? I mean, there are like people who try, like, for example, using different Linux distributions, and it is like also similarly in languages having FFI with C is almost expected. Yeah. Yeah. But that's by some people. Not all of the people need that. Like, you also, a lot of people just expect the standard library to allow you to do things. There are people who yeah, you just need to give them everything they need to write an app, right? They don't want to FFI because that's a lot of manual work, right? So you could do something like what Jai is doing, which is where you have the language, you also have like the game engine with it already. So you don't need to write your own game engine. You can just use that one. Or Odin has also some things in the standard library, right? Which are kind of similar. Maybe not a full featured operating system there. There's nothing about the graphics here. Maybe not. But they do have like the linear algebra here in the standard library, for example. Vendor, maybe vendor, right? This is still like packaged, like all of these are packaged with the compiler, right? So yeah, they do give you the libraries which allow you to access DirectX directly with the language, right? You have bindings for Lua, and you don't need to write your own bindings for SDL or whatever yourself. They even have the WGPU these days. Interesting. Cross-platform GPU API. So yeah, that definitely helps with adoption when you give the things that are already there. I think that matters more than the CFFI, but I mean, it depends on people, right? And some people, like me included, want the program to be runnable on the web, on the browser. So I am also, I'm actually valuing the JavaScript FFI more than the CFFI, because I want to use this for like to make the games running on the web, which is also doable with like WebAssembly and things, but that's like a longer thing. What do you think of WGPU? He asked Stefano, and he said he tried it and it was worse in performance than other APIs. Imagine how many documents, libraries, contexts, create a popular language as part of the network. Yes, but you don't do it yourself, right? You make your first users do that. You don't do that as a creator of the language. You get your first adopters who start creating these libraries. You don't get popular from day one because you don't have everything that is required for everyone on day one. Of course. I don't know. I never tried WGPU myself. I think it's supposed to not be worse in performance. Why is it worse in performance? I don't know. Stefano? Who's Stefano? On Twitch? Kuna Stefano? Is that the guy? Oh, that's the guy who's making the anime game, right? Yeah. Who actually shipped the game in Rust on Steam. I mean, it is an abstraction on top of the existing APIs like Vulkan, Metal, and stuff, right? Which, like, technically, when you create an abstraction over things, you lose some like details which are only present in one of the backends, right? Which is why it could be the worst performance potentially, but I don't know, like I don't know. I'm not trying to like optimize things to the maximum optimizations, and that's what I never do. Is there a list of all Steam and Rust games? It's at least 3 at this point. Well, I mean, there is the Bevy one. There's Gnomes, the boat game by Stefano, and the cozy game, whatever that was called. I don't remember the name. And maybe there's more. There's also Nerdsel's game and my game, which is technically on Steam, even though it's just a demo, right? Tiny game, Tiny Glade was the one, right? I don't know what's Molecule. There's probably more Rust games that we don't know about. The game that I was talking about was by the Stefano, which we were talking about a second ago. He made a game called Hydrofoil Generation. This is written in Rust. It's a boating simulator. Will you hand optimize Kast.js once it's done? Hand optimize Kast.js? What do you mean? What's Kast.js? Self-hosted version? No. Why would I hand optimize this? No. I think what we do instead is like we self-host the JavaScript transpile. If I go still with the JavaScript route, because I could do the other targets instead on the self-hosted. But we just when we do the self-hosted transpile, we do it in a more optimized way, maybe somehow. Which is why I'm considering instead of JavaScript to do the Golang instead of going directly to C. I feel like I can just try multiple different targets. I can try Golang. If it doesn't work out, I can like move on. Right, like I tried the OCaml for a little bit, like making the different compiler target. Ideally, should be relatively easy and quick. Like it's not a month of work. Probably just a week, maybe even less, depending. If I go lower level targets, I think before transpile and 2C directly, we will have another intermediate representation, which will so we compile to like the high level intermediate representation, which we currently have, and then we do like translation to something low level but still custom, and then we transpile that to C or something else. Hello, buffer. Maybe you'll start working on your own target. What the target would you do? I feel like if you have won the low level, you probably should wait for the low level intimate representation though. I mean, unless you want to do the lowering yourself, which I guess is doable. A monomorphization. I was thinking of actually like doing the monomorphization actually. Like if I want like faster JavaScript even, I can do the monomorphization. I can make it like all I have to do literally is when we see the code, you know, like some function, and then over here we have the generic arguments, we just need to evaluate this at compile time, and like that's all that I need to do, right? But I only need to do this if this is a compile time known thing, and if this is a compile time known thing. Like that's how we do, and that's how we do monomorphization. That's it. Because like if I evaluate this at compile time, this is already going. This is going to automatically do monomorphization because it's basically very similar to how Zig works. Evaluating this at compile time is going to, like, yeah, I mean, yeah. That's all that is needed. So it's really easy, I think. We can try that. I also want some inlining, like for the math operations, probably. That will help a lot. But first I need to like figure out the async. For sure. Yeah, and one error. This is the okay. Start is this position. This is that position. Yeah, because I need to return. And this is the shape, right? So I kind of want to say that shape is this. So we're going to return to the shape, right? And then I return shape and span, where say span is this. And is the reader position. Or sure, just return shape. An unexpected character is also just going to return that span. Dun, dun. Yeah, I just say reader advance. Character is this. I'm gonna say I should say error. I need to report the message though. Oh yeah, but this is over here requires the span. Right. That's okay. We'll do that. I mean, I kind of want to report and unwind then. Right, I mean, yeah, I'm just going to report and unwind. And over here, we'll just say current output write message. Given that this technically just returns anything. I mean, this over here is kind an unexpected char. Whatever. It's going to make it the internal error instead of a Lex error. And I still unwrapped none. Okay, hold on. Okay, yeah, now that I have this, okay, I was just like refactoring a little bit. Now I need to do... Now what I need to do is when I'm reading the block comment over here, if reader pick is none, which is the end of file, expected this, got that. How about I say this? Error at current position. A little more verbose, but that's okay, right? Okay, this error with span is the most general one, but I also want to basically say error error token, basically, where the span is going to be starting at context current token start like start position of the current token, and is context reader position, and path is that, right? So that's what I do. So in the context I want to have the current token start, which is position, right? Yeah, current token start is Elixir, is reader position, which means that like over here, for example, when I say unexpected char, this should just say, oh wait, this did not advance, by the way. So this should advance. But I should say error token. Can I just give it the message? Right? Wait, unexpected. No. Unexpected char is it Is that the single character actually? So no, not here. Not here. Where? Role identifiers cannot use interpolated strings. That's right. I want to block comments over here. If red because none, I'm gonna say error token. Saying unclosed block comment. Right? Alright. When did I start working on the unclosed block comments? Like an hour ago? Or distracted a little bit, I feel like. That's okay. So it says that this is an unfinished block comment because it starts here and then it never ends. And then there are other errors because it's unfinished interpolation. Another unfinished interpolation because this comment inside of the nested interpolation, which I can finish parsing that. Okay, that makes sense. All right, I want to fix this because I cannot click on this file, and that's because why is that? This is when I'm reporting the error, right? Error at, this is just span print. So when I say span and I print, I just print the path. So the source path. Hello bar check. Is your language usable yet? Did you make much progress? Oh, UD scheme is path. This should be file. That's just wrong there. It was until I decided to strip down its grammar. Yeah. So now I can click. There we go. So this comment is unfinished. This is what the error says. It selects the comment for me. Nice. So this is unfinished interpolation. And this is unfinished parsing of me, like, parsing that. And unexpected in the file. All right. So let's try to restart the Kast language server here. Right? So over here, if I actually close this comment now, like that, I still don't have the highlighting over here, right? If I do that, no, if I do that, then we have syntax highlighting. All right. I need to... Yes, there is one more issue, right, that I remember. This over here gets lost. Because this cannot finish parsing. Right? By the way, it says expected end of file. I think what I want to say here is not end of file. Like, what do I say here? Expected end of interpolation, right? So I feel like when we expect end of file in this case, it's because like this over here is the nested token stream. So we expected the end of this token stream, and the end of the token stream happens when we see the closing bracket. So maybe I can make this customizable too to may have a better error message, right? Because not the end of file is expected technically. This over here seems wrong. Wait, what? Parse error over here. Expected and the file got world. This pen seems to be not correct though. It should select the world word, but it's also selecting this space. For some reason. I should fix that. But let's fix this first. Right? Let's let me commit this anyway. Don't crash on unclosed comments. Unclosed block comments. By the way, what's going to happen if I have the comment in the end of the file? Hello, like this? I want 2 lags here. This works. I don't have the thing here, right? It's because I just don't remember checking for that read line comment. Oh, it's because read while stops on the end of file anyway. Yes. That makes sense. Okay. Don't crash on unclosed block comments. Alright, so now for this, I need the AST, which is the interpolated stuff. I want to have the... it's called ignored trailing comments and ignored trailing tokens. That's what I want. I want this to be ignored, and this is array list of tokens. I guess I ignore them here when I'm printing the parsed thing. Alright, I need to end soon. Let's fix this thing. This one thing. I don't have the ignored. Yeah, we have the ignored tokens before, and I'm not printing them when I'm printing the AST, right? Yeah, I'm not. So I'm not going to print these trailing tokens too then. But when I'm having the parser, right? when I'm having the parser, I have the interpolated part like this. This is when we're creating the interpolated AST. We have this token stream. We don't... Yeah, this parsed has the ignored... Ignores trailing tokens is parsed ignores trailing tokens. That's all that I want. Right? And when I'm doing like highlighting, when I say interpolated, this, so we'll have open, close, AST, and we have the ignore trailing tokens. Right? This is going to be walk ignored tokens. Ignore trailing tokens. And this, I think, is all that I need to do. And this is the formatter. Ignore trailing tokens. Walk ignore tokens. Ignore trailing tokens. So if I highlight, now we see that this over here, so this is the error, and this over here is the error. This seems wrong, right? So you see how we do hello world? I've lost the new, wait, hold on. This is wrong, because highlighting doesn't present new lines anymore. Where's my new lines? JPG print span state position span. Like I'm supposed to print the new lines here and stuff. But I'm not for some reason. Like wait, hold on. We have start at line 0, column 95, and then end at line 2. And that is wrong. Wait, that is wrong. Hold on, what? Oh, wait, what? Yeah, no, I still say have the hello. Hello is on another line. I'm supposed to print a new line there, right? Wait a second. Something is wrong. dbg print. Writing new line. Tell me that I'm getting here. I'm supposed to. State position is span end. Oh, it's the bug with the copy types. For sure. Another bug? No, that's the same one. I'm aware of this one. I'm just surprised that I didn't see it previously here. I'm mutating this position, which is supposed to like only mutate this field, but this field is like copied by reference instead of by value to other places. Wait a second. I still have a bug. Where? It still is not printing a new line. And I do, wait, I'm not here. I'm not writing the new line. So like this is literally not happening. Stage position line less than start line. So I'm thinking that I'm already there, or the spans are not correct. You know what we should do when I'm printing in the AST? I should print the span. You know? Like over here, I'm printing the shape. But then I should like say output right. Like a dim thing. I should write at and then print the span here, right? Like span print self span. Let's instead of highlighting, do the parsing so that I see like if maybe the span in the parser is wrong for some reason. Maybe in the lexer. I don't know. Right, so here's what we have. This is my parsed stuff. And I forgot the space here. So I cannot click on that output. Bum 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 bum. All right, so this is what I have parsed, right? The world is unexpected, so like this is just the trailing error tokens. That's okay. So now, oh yes, yes, the token, the hello token for some reason starts over here instead of starting after the white space. Yes. Yes. Why? Oh, I know why. I know why. Yeah, I because I was refreshing my lecture and I forgot about this. Because I have this skip white space, but I think skip white space should be not the read function. It literally should be like over here. Like next, when I'm going for the next, we need to first skip white space here. Skip white space. And that takes the lexer, right? Like we always skip it. Yeah. And this is not the read function. It just takes the lexer and then skips the white space. Which should technically take the reader, I guess, not the lexer, but whatever. Yeah, I was treating it as a read function before. Okay. This is going to work. Right? There you go. So here's my output of the highlighting. It has all of these tokens, it has that token, everything is like in its place. Nice. Nice. I keep trailing, keep ignored trailing tokens in interpolated AST parts. Okay, and then I wanted this error to be better, right? It says expected end of file, but that's not what I expected. Right? I expected the closing of this interpolation. So how do we do that? It's in the parser. Let's see, expected end of file, right? So this over here, the end of file. When I'm saying parse, I'm going to say that end of file name, like we're going to name it something different, I guess. Right, so I expected end of file name, but I got this thing. Right? This is a wrong syntax highlighting by... Oh, it just takes time. Understandable. Hello, penguin operator. Right, so when I say parse over here, I'm going to say that because this is the interpolated string, I say end of file name is closing bracket, right? Because I expect the closing bracket here. Right? And then we say parser parse in a bunch of places. Parse. Let's see it parse with, you know. I don't want to change the public API here. Too many places. Too lazy. So we're going to say that this is going to be called parse with, but the parse was the one that's without this, which is just delegating to parse with. And maybe like regular parse should just parse the source, actually. You know? What is that? Oh, it's E of name, not E of. So now we're going to see two errors. Right? One of them says expected closing, but we got interpolation over here, right? So this expects us to close the interpolation. And this over here expects the end of file. All right, a little better error message, right? Inside string interpolation, expect this, not end of file, right? Okay. I want this over here to just be format to string parsed. You know? So format to string is just the thing that takes the parsed output of the parser and returns a string, right? Which is doing this. Which just formats the parsed into this output and returns the result. And the reason I want that is because I want the formatter on the command line to output highlighted code. So I'm going to add the dependency on the highlighter on the formatter. Which will use this and then parse the formatted to string again and then highlight that. Yes. Just like I was doing it before. Wait, do I not have... This is... Wait, something is wrong here. The LSP kind of like broke the syntax highlighting. Unless there is a syntax error. Wait, is there a syntax error? That's supposed to be built properly, right? Oh, wait. Why am I printing something to the output? Huh? I'm not supposed to. This is me printing the formatted code, I think, here. Or something. Or is it me highlighting the code? I'm not entirely sure. Something is still broken in the LSP. What if I restart it here? Then I have the highlighting. But I still see this in the output for some reason. I'm not supposed to. Format to string. Okay, here's what we do. When we format, so this is the command line, right? I want to say over here, so this is my command line arguments to the formatter. I want to say highlight. And this is going to be optional highlight CLI args mode, I think. Let's have a highlight. Right now we just highlight. Let's see here. We have mode. Like, I will want to eventually have the HTML highlighting, basically. But for now, we just say the what do you call, like, terminal, right? So we'll have mode, which is mode. If argument is mode, then or argument is highlight. Yeah, let's just say mode. Then mode is terminal. Mode is parse mode. Let's say mode parse. Mode is parse. The next argument. And when I run this, I run this with args. I don't want to run with args, right? I want to, like, I want to print. I mean, should this even be CLI? Mode. Yeah, this over here, the process path. Highlight. Output. Print token. This over here, right? I want to... what is this? Output T. Right. I guess it's like the mode is actually not here. It's not in the CLI. It's more like over here, right? We have mode, which is terminal or HTML here. This is the output when I'm printing the token, right? And then I want to say impl output T. New which based on the mode, basically, right? Like this. There's going to be match mode with terminal. Then I'm going to make this output. So this is going to be output T new args mode, right? This is what I want to return, and this is the function that creates it. In its state. In its state. In its state. I want this code to be here. So that, and then I can run that. Right? State is in its state. I cannot do the in its state though here. Action bat. What I'm working on. I'm working on my programming language here. Specifically, I'm trying to make the formatter output to have syntax highlighting. I have formatter, I have highlighting. I need to make them work together. When I'm seeing the output. So I'm just moving some code around to make that possible. Maybe I want to like reset here for now, which is going to be state is init state. How about this? Although like I don't want that later. Reset is just a function. We will say to do remove this. So instead of saying state is in its state, right? I will instead say output reset. But that's okay, right? And then the format can now use this to highlight. So when I do the CLI, we have the highlight, which is an optional CLI mode args, right? So we say that highlight by default is equal to some terminal, right? Then we say if argument is highlight, then we are going to say that if let mode be let's continue here. Mode is the next argument. If mode is equal to none, then highlight is none. Otherwise, highlight. Yeah, and I'm making my own programming language in my own programming language. I'm doing self-hosting, so I'm rewriting my language in itself. So this on the screen is my programming language, if you were wondering. So this is some parse mode. Okay. And now when I'm running this here, the formatter, when I say process, the output, this is not just current output, right? I guess I want to do this. I'm going to match args highlight, and if it is none, then we just format directly into the output, right? Yes. But if it is some highlight mode, then I'm going to say let not string is this. I'm just going to store this in a buffer. So output is... Wait, this is supposed to write into the output, right? Which is a string. Wait, how do I do this in the formatting? Because we have format to... Okay, we just have format to string already, right? Yes. So we just... Over here, we say... string is format to string. And then after that, we want to basically parse and highlight this again. Right? And to get rid of this copy pasta. But the source is going to be content is like this thing. Right? And path is special formatted, right? Like that. Entire source span. Wait, I have this function already, right? Entire source span is source entire span source. Yep. Entire span of the source. Token stream, Lexer, everything. We have the parsed. And now I want to say highlight. I want to highlight the parsed stuff into the output, which is highlight output new with the highlight mode, right? There you go. I think that's all that I need to do. I'll probably have a couple of little compilation errors again. So what we're doing with our formatting code, and then we're parsing it again. This way we will also make sure that the formatted code is still parsed, right? Parse. This is different parse. This is string parse. Is what I want. A comma here is not needed. Could not find highlight in scope, right? So now I depend on the highlight. Right? Implementation. Okay. That was I was worried about. This is a bug that we know of. So we will instead say new output here instead of output new, which is okay. Highlight new output. Field mode is not there because it's not highlight CLI mode, it's just highlight. This should be called like output mode, by the way. Mode. Output mode. Output mode. Output mode. Int is not string mode. What do you mean int is not string? Over here is I. No, this is start index. It's supposed to be an int. Int is not string over here. Oh, because this is once again parse, I need to string parse. Of course. I don't know, because we're shadowing that. Rule set paths is not rule set paths. Format CLI. Yes, because I need over here to say highlight mode. I mean, just highlight, sure. Yeah. We're going to initialize this field here. And just like, hold on. Output is not print. Yeah. So this should be like reset. I never reset. Reset is panic. No reset. This should be deleted. I mean, to reset, we could just like re-initialize the context. And that's all. Kind of. Alright, it's compiled. Let's see. So if I just say like this, cast fmt test, right? What's going to happen? Well, this doesn't work. Let's try to format code which contains the errors. Continue on error, not errors. Right? Does this look like formatted code? I mean, it is. That's how the formatted code looks like. Wait. I don't print the ignored things. Yeah, no. We should not format code with errors, actually. Forget about it. Right? Let's just fmt this. Let's go to that file. Let's say this over here is going to be like that, and this is going to be like this, for example. Right? I have a new line after comment, by the way, for some reason. I feel like that should not be like that. And hello world is actually lost. Okay, so my formatter does not work, right? Kast FMT highlight none. If it's not the highlighter. Wait, it is the highlighter. Error. Actually. It actually is. If I pipe like this, as I expected in the file, got what? That's weird. Okay, I'm going to fix that later. How about we say for now that formatting. So we do have it hooked up to the language server. I'm just going to say that I immediately return null here because, you know, to do fix formatting. I want to fix it first, and then we will like enable it in the LSP again, right? But I will have to go now, so I'm going to leave it as this. Highlight formatted highlight when formatting. Right? Okay. Because otherwise I have like format on save, so like over here right now I save. I also see that like this over here is formatted not correctly when I'm piping twice. This is weird. I mean, this the code is mostly formatted properly, actually. But I want it to be not formatted with errors, maybe. Yeah, maybe I should do that in the language server. And then I want to fix some formatting issues, too. Right? Which I will do next time, or off stream, or something. Boom, 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 boom. Cloud VPS with a flexible plan or any VPS plan? What for? I don't know. I just use the cheapest VPS that I could find for myself because I don't need much power and anything. And I install NixOS there in on a VPS with like 500 megabytes RAM. And barely anything happens there. Well, I mean, there are some multiplayer games which I use for the that's the server for them. Or is that the other one? I have two. I don't remember how much RAM the other one has. Maybe one of them has 2 GB RAM and one of them has 500 megabytes. I don't remember. Anyway, I don't know. General purpose. If you want to general purpose, like you do want to develop there on your server, Or is that not including the general purpose? Is that not included in the general purpose usage? Because then I would want something that's powerful instead. Game server for multiplayer game. Well, it depends on the multiplayer game. It depends on the amount of users you're expected to have. It's expected, like, the amount of power you need to do things, right? If it is, I don't know, like a simple turn-based card game, then I feel like you don't need a powerful server. If it's a real-time battle royale game, you probably need a little bit more power. Poly shader. Poly shader. Creating a card game in C++. Alright. WGPU in C++. WGPU in C++. That's a W, right? Alright. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time. Bye.